Hello, good morning all. Guys, how are you? Good morning, Navneet. Navneet, how are you now?
Fine, ma'am.
Great. You missed yesterday and Friday, Friday half of the session, if I'm not wrong. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll be taking the restart watching
Your voice is cracking, it's not audible. Guys, all of you, what we call it, yesterday validate task is complete.
Ma'am, not able to do the birth date disable function.
Birth, birth date,
Birth date disable calendar for less than 18 years. Na? That's part.
future dates, now you need to disable over there.
No, ma'am, future date and previous date also.
Okay, so that thing is only left. No issues. So I just tell you. After the today's session, we just talk about that particular part. That is fine. What about others?
Ma'am, my output is not showing there. Like just like yesterday, someone showed their screen. There was an error. So as you said, I added the return statement in the HTML code, but still, like it is not showing the output as per my code.
It is not showing the output. Okay. In the afternoon, now we don't have any session. So first of all, I just finished the today's session. Then only I just check by taking a remote into a machine only. What is the issue? You have added return statement even then, because if you have not like guys add return statement, now you will not get the output. It just come for a time being and just vanish over there. That definitely we need to like do. Okay, let's check what is the issue, why you have not get any output and something like that. We will check. No issues for that.
Okay.
Okay. Because it might be
doesn't work, then it will go to the catch. So dot catch is for the error handler.
okay. Next, what we call it, guys. Okay. Rohini, what about you, beta?
Ma'am, actually, my first name, last name validation is not working. It is only showing first name is blank. And one more validation is there for first name and last name. That is not working. That only it has to take alphabet. No, that is not working for me. And date of
Have you
birth is.
checked? Have you checked your whatever the ID you have assigned? It might be you are using a wrong ID over there.
Yeah, ma'am, I have checked.
Okay, in the after the so I just connect one by one and just check what is the issue in that particular. Any one of you have completed that? I have not seen the URL. So any one of you have completed the that impedance part?
Yes, ma'am, I have completed.
Great. Pradali, what about you, beta?
Yes, ma'am. Impedance is completed and the validation, the birthday problem.
What is the error over there?
No, means I have not written the code.
Not get it? Come again.
Yes, I'm writing the code not completed for the birth date.
Okay, but birth date is left, but what about other part? Whether your validation is working fine or not?
First name, last name is working fine.
You are saying your first name and last name is working fine. Okay, that is great. Who's left? Over Avneet, Pranali, Navneet was up. Good morning, Vishachal. What about you?
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, I guess I am also having issue in name validation.
In
Name validation, the first and last name.
first name and last name, it's the same as Rohini said.
Pranali. Yes,
Hmm?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because if you are saying there is a problem issue with the first name and last name, if we just look at the first name and last name, there is nothing like to be that. Like it's very easy if you just look at. So it means definitely there is some problem at the time of just taking some names over there,
ID. Yes, ma'am. I
IDs.
will be rejecting it even.
Okay, no issues. I just check and just tell you how you just need to resolve over there. One, because if any of the like, I feel like you all like did the same mistake over there. Fine. Okay. What about impedance challenge, the Shachal?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I haven't tried that yet.
You haven't tried that. That is also great part. Guys, if I just already told you that hardly takes a seconds of job.
Yes, actually, I was not well for that.
Oh, fine. You have not tried that part. Good morning, Trish. What's your status?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes.
So, ma'am, the thing is, firstly, I was facing issue with the first name and last name. Instead of invalid name, it is giving me an error of that field can't be empty. That one. When I removed that, uh, I've got an error that undefined wala error. So I don't know where am I doing the mistake exactly. But
Undefined
but
error. So
yeah,
once again, if it is undefined, so your ID or something, you are doing a mistake over there, if I'm not wrong. Okay. If you are getting undefined error.
no, ma'am, I've confirmed it thrice, ma'am. But that's what the thing is right now. That's what the part is left.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm listening, beta. It means I need
Okay.
just like I need only like little bit of intervention. Then that and what about the birth date?
Birth date is, ma'am. Birth date works fine.
Birth date is works fine.
Yes.
Okay, that is great part because I need like little bit of intervention and just it might be it just you are not able to catch where you have written a wrong. That's only a part. Otherwise,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Who's left? Sophia. Good morning. What is your
morning.
stat? Good morning. Yeah.
Mine, yeah, ma'am. Mine is I'm not getting the output. I mean, if I click it, it's coming for a second, but I'm not able to find what is the.
Have you checked? I have written something in the journal group.
Yeah. For return statement, that also I have added it. But still, I'm not getting it. It was. That's the thing with my problem. I'll share the code now.
No, don't say the code. Otherwise, it's just what you need to do in the afternoon. I just connect one by one to every candidate, me or
Yeah.
in
Okay.
my afternoon. Naya Johnson is also available, so I just connect one by one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just put with me, so I just like I don't want that part.
Okay.
Okay. Now, who's next? Srihari.
Good morning, Anjali. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Audit.
Okay, have you taken the roll call?
Yes, it's only the Srihari is left.
Shriyari is not joined?
No. Like Srihari is like I'm just taking a stock. Like yesterday, I have given some challenge.
Okay.
So I'm just taking whether how they just completed near about 80%. So they are just checking somewhere. I'm just giving some hints for them also. You are doing. You need to check whatever is it like.
Yeah. So today is week 9, day 4.
Yes, day 4.
Okay. So today is 20th. I just wanted to check. So there are few people who have not yet joined, I guess.
Like 10, 3 candidates. Deepak has power cut. Just got a message.
Okay.
He will join late.
So Deepak, then wait a minute. Let me just quickly check. Rohini is there. Ajay is there.
Yes, Ajay is here.
Okay. Pranali.
Yes.
Yeah, Pranali is there. Siddesh.
Siddesh not.
Siddesh is not there?
No.
Okay. Shreyas? Yeah, he's there.
Yes.
Deepak, you said, no?
Yeah, Deepak, yeah. Power. Due to power cut. I just got a message. So
Srihari is there?
yes, Srihari is here.
Okay. Deepak, you said power cut. Then Sophia? Yeah, Sophia
Yes.
is there. I can see her. Varsha?
Yes.
Yeah. Prashanchal? Yeah, Prashanchal is there. Navneet is there. Nikita has got exam break. Aishwarya is there. Santosh?
Santosh Mahar is not
Is he?
here. Like now he is online in Slack.
Hmm.
Might be he is joining.
Okay.
So I'm putting a message. So only
Okay, just put a message. So Siddesh, I think there is
3 candidates, na? Santosh, Siddesh and Deepak.
correct. Okay, so what is what is the current status?
Like some of the candidates have completed all the HTML assignments. So they just yesterday Shivani had come into the batch and just discussed.
Yeah.
So they just given 22nd, most of the candidates by 22nd they just completed all the challenges of like HTML and JavaScript.
Okay.
Some of them have already completed like Java challenges also, the Java Foundations part. So only one challenge is left for some of the candidates for that.
So you have shared this link with me, Anjali, the latest one?
That is already shared.
1 minute.
You want me to share it once again?
Yeah, just share the link with me. I will check that out. Okay.
Okay.
It is updated for HTML as well as for JavaScript, right?
Yes.
Just share the link.
Or if you just what I said, I have not updated. Like they have just some of the candidates have pasted a link last night, so that I have not updated.
Okay.
So if you just in that 11 o'clock when I'm just going to give the break, I just update that. If you want,
Sure. You
so
can
you
give
just
me.
look. Yeah, I just share the link at the time when you just.
11 o'clock you send it, no problem. ठीक है? Okay. ठीक है. Okay.
Okay, guys. I'm just sharing my machine and just going to talk about that. Guys, if you have completed any of the assignment now, so meanwhile I'm just sharing a screen. So you just please share your link in the Google Sheet, because at 11 o'clock I just need to send the stock. Guys, are you able to see this screen presentation part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Dear customer, your call is kept on hold as we are fetching your account.
Guys, I'm just what happens?
Dear customer, your call is kept on hold as we are fetching your account details. Please be online as it may take a few seconds more. Dear customer, your call is kept on hold as we are fetching your account details. Please be online as it may take a few seconds more. Dear customer, your call is kept on hold as we are fetching your account details. Please be online as it may take a few seconds more. Dear customer, your call is kept on hold as we are fetching your account details. Please be online as it may take a few seconds more. Dear customer, your call is kept on hold as we are fetching your account details. Please be online as it may take a few seconds more. Dear customer, your call is kept on
Guys, if
hold
you
as we are
just
fetching
need
your
to
account details.
hear this kind of sounds, like whenever you just call any customer care and they just put your call on a hold, or sometimes you would like to talk to like some of the customer care person, and they it just says you will be this number of customer, you need to wait for this. How do you feel like that at that particular time? Great. It's boring. What about others? Not good. Shriyesh, I am not audible. Guys, what about others? Shriyesh, can you just check your volume of your system, beta? Okay. Beta, that video I just played, I just removed my headphones and then after that I just played. So that's it. Okay. I just got lots of response. It's like frustrating, or sometimes they just irritate over there, like feeling like boring, like feels like standing in a queue. Great. Okay. So, like in a same manner, guys. Now I'm just go for a next part. Let's say example, if you just look at whenever you just call any call center or something like so like your call is goes on hold for near about 5 minutes, like it was very frustrating, terrible experience, and we are unable to do anything. We just need to hold our mobile phones and we just need to wait. Definitely you all guys have faced this kinds of problem. At that time I just wish it might be there will be an alternate solution that I will go for it. We don't need to wait for that particular long queue. or it might be there is another alternate solution. I have directly a customer care number. I just dial that particular number and just call the customer care. In that situation, is feeling like we want some alternate solution. I already talked about how do you feel. The next, if you just look at the image, or we are just playing one video over there. Have you ever experienced freezing screen while booking any ticket, or just while any just payment gateway or something? It is also like a very frustrating kind of thing. We need to wait, like it just loading a page, feeling like that. We are not able to do, and we are not moving from anywhere. Like in a same manner, if you just look at another part, is waiting in a queue at a toll plaza. A pleasing experience. If you need to wait on the toll plaza, guys, at that time is also like it's very frustrating kind of thing over there. Sometimes it's feeling like, yeah, we are just going in that particular queue, that lane is moving fast. So sometimes these kinds of like things also comes in a mind. If you just they just show you like toll plaza one video, they just over there. And it is one of the like, video in which the cars are moving over there. The previous car like then the next car move. If previous car has not moved, can you please tell me? And the pause. Can the next car move if the previous car has not moved? Guys, I'm saying if the previous car does not move, the next car can move. No. If you look at, there is a picture in front of you, like so many of cars, and there is a long queue. How's your experience in this case? Guys, can you please reply? Definitely frustrating, and this irritating and that all. And we just talk about like our experience is quite poor in this case, the user experience. In each and every situation. No. Wait, just why? Huh, now let us see how restaurant function ensures that wait time is minimized. Guys, I just remember right nowadays there is a very long chain of restaurants. But if I just talk about from a past near about 20 years. I'm just talking about near about that. Yeah. From a past 20 years, if I just talk about whenever you just go to certain restaurant, there is a very long queue over there. You need to wait a lot. And another person, like they just given us a certain time, within this particular time frame, you will get a seat over there. That I had already experienced. If we just in a same manner, they just given you like you need to wait for 10 to 12 minutes to get this number of seats. If any of the person comes and just tell you your time is minimized, how do you feel at the time? Definitely relieved, happy, and it's feeling like okay, the restaurant like they just the next whenever you just you get the seat. Now you just ordered your food, and sometimes now I'm just going to stop this. Okay, guys, do you have experienced this kind of thing? An error of this type? Page is unresponsive. Either you just need to click wait or exit page. If you just click on a wait, we don't know what will be the waiting time. If you just click on an exit page, so whatever the page is running, it just closes. Sometimes this is also quite very poor experience. Like sometimes you said, yeah, our Windows is quite slow. This. These are the things that we just discussed over there. If you look at whatever the scenarios that I have shown to you, like the restaurant one, the page is not responsive, or just call any customer care, the freezing of window. What is common in all of these scenarios, guys? Extra time, okay. The waiting time. In each and every situation, our experience is quite poor. We can say like that. If you need to wait, so it means it leads to poor user experience. We can say like that. It leads to poor user experience, guys. Guys, whenever you are going to design any website, you develop whatever you develop should not result into not so satisfactory experience. Whatever the website you are going to design is not just satisfactory. It's wow experience to the user. Would you want your website to provide a poor user experience because of a long delay? What do you say? Definitely no. So guys, whatever the problem situations that I have just shown to you, we are going to resolve those situations at the time of designing an application. Guys, remember yesterday, I have shown you, like we talked about, we don't need to like refresh a page and automatically your data is like coming. But yesterday, at the time of validation and if in HTTP protocol, I have not shown you this type of demo, if you remember. Today we are going to solve, like today we are going to work asynchronous. How to design asynchronous application. So we are going to talk about build asynchronous application using callback and promise. Now we are going to see what are the techniques available that will help to ensure better user experience by eliminating the long wait time of code execution. We need to check that part. How we are able to stop this waiting time when we just work with your website, so that the user experience should be better. So we are going to talk about majorly two things today. One is a callback, another is promise. And both of the things for corresponding to asynchronous. Now, in front of you, they just talk about, there is one code is over there. Before that, I'm just going to talk something more. Guys, able to see Visio screen? Okay, thank you. I'm just going to create one readme.md file, or I can do one more thing. Wait. Wait, guys, first of all, just create one folder and just talk about that. Mm, no, your readme dot. We know that JavaScript is single threaded application. Guys, what it mean by single threaded application? That is only one task can perform at a time. It follows sequential approach. One after the another. Okay, guys. Now we can say it follows synchronous approach. It means everything will be sequentially executed. Guys, you have already done Java. Java follows a sequential approach or not? If let's take an example, if I have a function A, first another function I have B. If I have another function that is C. Sorry, guys. If you look at this, first the function A will execute, after that the function B, then after that the function C. This is basically your sequential approach that follows in Java programming language until right now, whatever we did in JavaScript. Now, if we just talk about as per the problem statement, asynchronous approach. Guys, for explaining asynchronous approach, first of all, I'm just going to talk about operating system. If you look at into your operating system, are you able to do multiple tasks at a time? Guys, I'm asking something. If you look at, I'm just my Visual Studio is running into my machine. The presentation is also running. Your Chrome is also running. If your operating system is follows asynchronous approach, it means if you open the task manager, if you look at so many of application are running parallelly, there is no wait time. Let's take an example. If you need to open a, like I'm just working on a Visual Studio. If I need to open a, I would like to open a Chrome. First, I need to close Visual Studio. Then I'm just able to see Chrome. If I need to once again after Chrome, I need to open a once again a Visual Studio, and then only I'm able to work. So how is it frustrating? If this your operating system, in this operating system, if we are not able to work parallelly, and we know that there is no wait time also, guys. If you remember, whenever we just try to open a multiple application, sometimes what happens, whatever the application that we have clicked first, sometimes it open late, but it don't wait. Each and what we call it, like each and every application is running separately. Okay. Now in JavaScript, we make our application asynchronous by using callback and promise. Now we make our application asynchronous by using two techniques, by callback and promise. I just come to that, what is callback and what is promise. Wait for that. Now, if we just talk about advantages of asynchronous, the first one is, we can say, no wait time. The second, we can say, like, improve user experience. The third, we can say, improve user engagement. No blocking of execution, or we can say like that also. So remember, there are the two approaches, synchronous and asynchronous. In synchronous approach, one task at a time. In asynchronous approach, multiple tasks can be performed at a time and there is no wait time. Guys, they don't need to wait. Okay, I'm just going to go back. Now, guys, there is one code in front of you. Like, you just look at the code and can you please tell me what will be the output for the same? Are you able to understand? First of all, just tell me this thing. Have a look. First of all, we are just going to create one method, add, or we can call function, that takes two parameter, value and one value two. We just putting one message, console.log add function called, and we are returning a value 1 plus value 2. Guys, if you look at in this constant average, value 1 comma value 2, console.log average function called. And if you look at, we are calling add method here for adding two values. And we are just dividing by 2. At the bottom, sorry, calculating average of two numbers. We are just passing number 1 is 30, number 2 is 55. Then console.log we are printing a number 1, number 2. Then we are calling our average method by passing those two values. And at the last, we are just displaying a console.log average. Guys, can you please tell me what will be the output for this? Just try. Guys, I want reply from all of the candidates, please. Akshara, beta, please revisit the answer. Ajay, I don't want this, the 30, 55, just revisit. If you look at in the console, you have a little bit messages also. Researcher, I'm also able to find out what will be the average. Guys, you need to visit this code and just check what will be the output. There are so many of console messages also. If you look at, guys, if you look at, your execution starts from here. This console.log. Then it just declare a num1, then num2. First is display the number 1 is 30. Then it displays number 2 is 55. At this point of time, it call the average method. Your console goes to this average method and this message is going to display. Average function called. Now it returning add, it means it goes to method. This add function called over there. And it returns the addition of two values here. It divide by 2 and at the last it display the average, that is 42.5. This is, if you look at, this is one of your sequential approach. The same thing that I told you, what will be the output? Guys, any doubt in this output, anyone? Some of the candidates have already given me the answer. If we just look at in what order all of the instructions execute, can you please tell me in what order all the execution is execute? Yeah, sequentially, one by one. Top to bottom approach. Now, come to the next part. Guys, have a look. There is a one here there is a one diagram that basically explains what if news on a website were fetched sequentially. Load news website, it fetch census data, then receive the data, then it load script to draw chart, sync. Just think about this. Slide number 2. Sync. When you load a website, it just fetch all the data. After receiving a data, it just load the script to draw the chart. Then the chart is draw and show recent headlines. What it says, in this also there is a wait time. Whenever any program executes sequentially, synchronously, or we can say, call to any of the external resource can result in a delay. What happens if you load your website? It just fetch a small amount of data and they just draw a chart parallelly. In that case, your wait time is quite not more. Look at when one of the tasks is finished, they're just showing you the wait time over there. And they just show you the recent headlines. We need to wait till Sensex data is not fast and chart is not drawn. We need to wait till the Sensex data is not fast and chart is not drawn. In this also, your wait time is quite increasing the, like we can say, user, in this case also your user experience is quite not good. Now call to this. If you look at in the slide, it says call to an external code can result in a delayed response. This would block the sequence of execution. If you look at the task 1, the task 2, wait time, the 10 millisecond wait time. Here, why the wait time? Code getting executed elsewhere. Your code is executed somewhere else, and we need to wait. The third block is waiting for the result from external code. And this fourth cannot execute as waiting for the step 3 to finish. It means if step 1 is completed, then only it goes to step 2. If step 2 is completed, then only it goes to step 3. If step 3 is completed, then only it goes to step 4. But when we talk about at step 2, some of the external resources executing, that's why the step 3 needs to wait. And it should be there is a wait time of 10 milliseconds. So if you just look at the total tasks will be completed in 50 milliseconds. So in this case also, your window is freezing. Guys, when you do some like what we call it, any online payment also, it always says, you know, don't move to any of the window. If you remember, there is also a wait time. This basically leads to unresponsive user experience. In that case, your user experience is not quite good and result in poor user engagement. We are not like, if we are not able to engage a user, it might be user goes on some another website where there is no wait time. Whenever we just work any of the application, we think, yeah, that experience is quite bad. It's quite slow. In a same manner, if you just work, if there is a very long wait time, we just stopped working on that particular website and just move it to some other. Now, what would be a better approach? As I already told you, JavaScript allows asynchronous programming. With this approach, wait time is utilized to allow subsequent instruction to execute. It basically helps us to provide non-blocking execution, guys, and reduce whatever the latency or whatever the previous tasks it has. And in this way, your user experience or user engagement is also improves. So now, guys, have a look in this. This is your task 1, 2. If you look at what is the difference when there is a wait time, so it allows the task 4 to be executed first. If you look at, it allows task 4 to be executed before 3 in asynchronous approach. The task 1 is performing, after that task 2 require to access some external resource, and it has wait time, so it's just waiting for some time. If you are using asynchronous approach, in that case it don't do in sequential manner. It allows task 4 to be executed first. During that 10 milliseconds wait time, and task 3 will execute once response from external code is generated. I just show you this thing how to achieve this. It will not wait. Now have a look in this. Fetching news asynchronously. We are just loading a website, fetch census data, and this is async, guys. It just shows some recent headlines. So they don't need to wait for census data to be fetched and transformed into graph. So whatever the headlines they just fetch, they just show the graph corresponding to that. So they don't wait to receive the whole data. If you just talk about step 3, do not have to wait for census data to be fetched and transformed into graph. They just load the script, after that and draw the chart, and chart is displayed to you. So in synchronous, they just if you're fetching a data till the fetching is not finished, it will not go on next task. But when we are talking about asynchronous approach, it will go on another step. Now, there are the 2 techniques that is available in JavaScript for asynchronous programming, guys. There are the couple of techniques that we are just going to use. One, make use of callback. We know that whenever we need to work in JavaScript, what we require, guys? What we have written till right now in JavaScript. Guys, I'm asking something. Whatever the code we did in JavaScript. Yeah, great, Varsha. Functions. So we can call your functions are the first citizen in JavaScript. Without your functions, we are not able to do anything. Okay. Another thing is promise. This is one of the popular concept, guys. That basically helps to manage response. That's basically helps to manage response that would become in future. Okay. Now, so I just tell you what is callback here. Basically, callback is nothing. You can say like that. Callback is the function. You can say like this. Okay, you can say callback is one of the function, guys. Before going for further, guys, any doubt till right now? Okay. I'm just going to create one file. Just create one, guys. Wait, in this, I'm just going to create one folder first. Callback. In this, I'm just going to create one file, index.html. Going to create one script file. Just take it a name script.js. Just go to your index.html. Just typing HTML5. Just changing a name. And just define the script. Script.js. Now, guys, I'm not writing a very very small thing. I'm just going to tell you right now. I would like to add two numbers. Sorry. We just define function, add, add. We are just going to pass two values over there, like number 1, comma, number 2. And we are just passing one parameter as a callback. Guys, don't take it callback is a keyword. I am just writing callback. Take it, it is one of the argument. Okay. There is no keyword callback or something like. So just take it. We have designed one function that has 3 arguments. One is number 1, another is number 2, another is callback. Now, guys, do you remember you have written any message either on a console or either with the help of alert? There is another way. With the help of that, you are able to display a message on browser also. What we need to write, I can't remember whether I have told you or not. Document dot write. You just write your message over there. So what I'm just doing, I'm just adding the 2 numbers. And I'm just callback. This callback I'm just referring here. Now, give me 1 or 2 minutes why I have written callback and just put parentheses over there. Let me first complete and I'm just going to explain it, guys. Document dot write, and I'm just going to write callback function is called. Now, I'm just I have defined 2 methods. I'm just calling add method. The passing are 2 values. Guys, have a look. I have passed one of the method, one of your function as a parameter. Do you know, guys, function can be passed as a parameter? Guys, we are able to pass function as a parameter. It means we are passing display as a parameter. Okay. So if we pass any function as an argument, then it is known as callback function. Guys, are you getting my point? What I'm saying, if you pass any function as an argument, then it is known as callback function. Here, display is your callback function. It means if you look at, I just pass, when I just call add, 10 is copied to num1, 20 is copied to number 2, and this display is going to copy to in this callback. First, document dot write num1 plus num2, and we are just calling callback. It means actually here it's just calling a display function. I'm just going to save this. Now go to your HTML page and click the output. Guys, have a look. First, it gives you 30. Then after that, callback function is called.
Screen not visible, browser.
Sorry, okay. That's basically no Chrome screen is not visible to you. Sorry. Now it is visible now, guys.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Guys, have you understood? Any doubt in this?
Ma'am, what is the flow of this code?
Now the point is clear. What is callback?
Ma'am, what is the flow of this code? How, from where it is going?
From where it is going. Okay. Rohini, when you just run this particular part, it just load this script beta, script.js.
Yes, ma'am, it's Varsha.
Okay, Varsha, sorry. So if just load this particular part, script, we are running HTML code. There is no body in this part. It just
Yes.
load script.js. It goes over there.
Hmm.
These all we are just declaring two functions here. So it just go to line number 9.
Yes.
When it goes to line number 9, this add method is going to call and passing 10 here and 20 here. Then it write document.write 30 callback. It means just callbacking. So what function we have declared? Display. It goes to the console document.write callback function is called. If you just change the sequence order also, guys, then your output will be changed. Have a look. Here I'm telling you what is the meaning of callback. When you pass any function as an argument, that particular function is known as callback function. Varsha, point is clear, beta? What
Yes,
is this?
ma'am. Ma'am, how it is, we are written, display a callback parameter, no? We named as a call. Is it a practice to write callback?
No. XYZ, it's depend on you. It's not a practice.
Okay. So automatically it will calling the display function.
Yes, not automatically.
No, matlab how it is checking how
We
exactly
just
display
pass
function is to
just
call.
pass the display. Yeah, we just pass the display function. Now then only just call that.
Okay.
It's not automatically. Nothing is going to be automatically.
Yes, ma'am.
We are just passing display function as an argument. That's why just calling.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Now comes to it once again. Implementing callback. If you look at function test X, as they have written X, here can be a function. Do you remember in guys in JavaScript, a function can take another function as a parameter. A function can take another function as a parameter. We are able to pass function as a parameter in JavaScript. Somewhere, whatever we did earlier, we just pass, if you remember, in map, filter. Now have a look. Document dot get element by ID button 1 dot add event listener. This is one of your, what we call it, one of your function add event listener. We are just passing a click and we are just passing function over there. This function is your callback function, guys. As they says, as I already told you in JavaScript, a callback is a function passed into another function as an argument to be executed later. And callback can be synchronous as well as asynchronous. That depends on you. Whatever the event handlers you have, they all are the good examples of callback. So like array function like map, if you remember, it just any of the like array, it just traverse and just perform a certain calculation, just giving you the result over there. If you look at the second part on the left hand side, array 1, we have declared one array 1, 4, 9, and 16. Array 1 dot map x is this x into 2. This x into 2 is one of your callback function. So whatever the value x contain, we are multiplying by 2 and just getting a result. It means we just got 2, 8, 18, and 32. We just, this x into 2 is one of your callback. Guys, can you please tell me any doubt in this? Okay, now I'm just going to show you one more demo. I'm just, wait, sorry. I'm just going to create what's going to be happen. Okay. Script 1.js. Okay. In the index.html, I'm just going to change my script file name. I'm just going to write something over there, guys. Let's have a look. I'm just going to declare one method that is set timeout. I'm just going to write one code over there. I'm just going to write one callback function over there. Console.log. I'm passing how and okay, sorry. This should be like, we need to close this, and then after that we need to pass this. Just going to repeat this code once again. Now, just going to change this to this. Guys, in the script, I have defined some method that is timeout. And we are just putting console.log, 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 something like that. What happens? I have not saved HTML base. One more thing, guys, if you look at this timeout method is a predefined method. Remember, we don't need to call this particular method. First of all, in set timeout method, I have given one callback function, that console.log how, and we are just passing a time. Time in millisecond. 3000 means 3 seconds, guys. If I pass 3000, it means 3 seconds. This basically your wait time. Remember, this is basically your wait time. If you look at to the next method, I'm just writing console.log high and the wait time is 1 second. In the next method, I have written u and wait time is 5 seconds. In the next, I have written r and wait time is 4 seconds. If you run this particular code, guys, can you please tell me what will be the output for the same? There is no need to call set timeout method. It just whatever you have written, it just execute one after another. Guys, I'm asking something. Can you please tell me? Yeah, definitely lower time execute first. Guys, your output will be high first. Okay. Some of the like Aishwarya said, hi, how are you will be your output, and Rohini also said this. That is correct. But how it happens? First of all, guys, remember one thing, we don't need to call set timeout method. I just come to that. Why? When your program execute, it goes to this set timeout method, it just console.log how, but it needs to wait for 3 seconds. Then it puts the cursor over there, set console.log high, wait for 1 second. It just meanwhile go to next method, set timeout console.log u, and wait for 5 seconds. But meanwhile, it just move next. This waiting time is finished. So it just display high. When it comes down also, the like console.log r and waiting time is 4 seconds. Meanwhile, the waiting time for this is finished. So it just display how. After displaying this, the mean waiting time for this particular method is finished. Then it display r. And after that, it just waiting time for this particular method is also finished. It just display u. So if you look at it, don't it just if we just work with guys asynchronous approach, so they don't wait, they just move for next method. If we just work with synchronous till the first task is not finished, it will not move to next task. They just still waiting, but here it don't wait. When the time, that particular time reaches, it executes a function after waiting time a specified number of milliseconds. Whatever the waiting time you have mentioned, guys, over there, is just execute after that. What we call now come to slides once again. Guys, have a look. JavaScript host environment provide functions that help in asynchronous action. At interval. Hello?
VS is visible.
Yeah, how is it only the VS is visible? Beta, I have shared all the screen. I think it stopped displaying. There is some problem. Wait, beta. Guys, sorry. Guys, now screen is visible. Yeah, okay. Guys, what I'm saying, JavaScript host environment provides certain functions to us. With the help of that, we are able to perform asynchronous actions. Out of those methods are set interval, set timeout, load script. These functions take a function as one of the parameters. If you remember, I have just given one functions in that. Just writing one statement console.log, hi, how are you? This function is a callback as it is called back once the action is completed. So for time interval, for timing event, we have two, that's set timeout and set interval. Set timeout, it executes function after waiting a specified number of milliseconds. Set interval is basically repeating. We need to repeat this particular task twice, thrice. So then we need to use, guys, set interval. Guys, are you getting my point? As they say, these functions take a function as one of the parameter. The first argument is your function and the second parameter is your time frame. Now, there is a one demo that I need to show you. After this demo, I'm just going to give you like 10 minutes break. Then we just going to talk about your callback is going to finish after this. And after that, we are just going to talk about your from start. Okay, now have a look what we need to design. Double display current time to refresh every second, display greeting message, and change the background color every 3 seconds, guys. Guys, if you remember, somewhere we have just already designed. Whenever we just click something, your background color is changed. But here, we don't need to refresh. After every 3 seconds, the background color will change. Now, just going to create your index.html page and your script file. That is script.js. Now go to your HTML page. HTML. I'm going to declare a one div. Okay. Now I'm going to declare two different divs, guys. So that in the one, I'm just able to display the color. Okay, like display the clock. I just write like clock, and another part I'm just going to give the greeting message. ID equal to app. Okay, guys. First of all, we would like to show the greeting message. Now go to your script.js. So we need to declare a script also in this body part. I'm just going to declare the script. Define your script.js. Now here, I'm just going to write the code. In index.html, I'm just going to write a first greeting message, guys. So I'm just going to use this, the second one div ID equal to app. So I need to access this. We already know that how to access document dot get element by ID. Just passing the ID over there. Store it into some variable. Like app div. Now we would like to write some content app div dot inner HTML, and you just write your content. H1. Good morning. And you just close your H1 tag. We have appended one message over there. Okay. Now, come to the next. I'm just going to create one another method, constant greet, in which I'm just going to give the name in which they just greet us. The greet function is having a one argument. Just using app div dot. Once again, your inner HTML. So first, I have appended inner HTML. Hi, good morning. If you look at guys, initially. Now I would like to append welcome your name, something like. So I would like to append in this. So what I can write? Arithmetic assignment operator. H2 heading. Then just write welcome plus name plus in a double quotes, just close H2. Okay, this H2 is closed here. That's why it's giving us error. Nice. Now we are going to call greet and we are just passing one name over there, guys. I'm just going to pass name as John. Now run the code. Guys, have a look. If you look at the code, I have declared a div app. I have appended hi, good morning. Then after that, we define one greet method in which whatever the message I have just appended to that. Welcome, whatever the name you just pass. Over there. Greet John. Okay. Now, this is the way we just do the greeting part. Next part, what they just talk about? Display current time. We need to display the current time of the system. Okay. So for the current time, I just put this at the bottom. I'm going to write one function, guys. One more function. Constant display clock equal to, there is no argument in this, and we are just going to write a function over there. Now, guys, if you remember what it says something every second your time gets changed. Remember, I just told you there are the two methods. One is set timeout, another is set interval. So I'm going to write set interval over there. Set interval. That takes function as an argument. And we are just going to define the callback function over there. For this, which div I'm going to use? I'm going to use this clock div. I'm just going to write constant div clock equal to document dot get element by ID, clock, div clock dot inner HTML. What we would like to display? Date. So guys, before writing that, I'm just going to write something here for you so that it's quite easy for you to understand. Guys, we have a date function, date class with us. With the help of that, we are able to get date. From this, if we want hours, then we need to call get hours function. And store it in a variable that is var hours. Date is a class that we are able to use that is provided by your browser. If I want minutes, new date dot get minutes where seconds equal to new date dot get seconds. Now all the values are available here. You just put your time here, hours, either you can use backtracking and just write it down. Seconds. Now this is your set interval method. This method is starting. We have just written a body. This method is closed. So before closing this curly braces, so I'm just every 1 second, I'm just passing a time frame as 1000 guys. Now I'm just going to call this particular method that is display clock. And save it. Guys, browser, you are able to see the browser if you look at. If you see every 1 second, the time is changing. This is due to set interval. Guys, any doubt in this code? I need to explain it once again. This is the functionality due to set interval. So what happens after every 1 second, this function, this functionality, this callback function is calling again and again. Okay. Now come to the next part. That is change color, guys. For changing color, I'm just going to use constant. One function, that is change color. Okay. Now set color, comma. We are just passing an interval. At what interval time? Every 3 seconds it says na. I'm just writing a functionality over there. We are just passing set interval. In this, we are just passing the body. I'm just calling a method set color and just passing your div, for which div you are going to change the color. And every 3 seconds it says. Guys, have a look what I did. I'm designing a one method having 2 arguments. One argument is set color, another argument is interval. I'm going to write set interval. This is my callback function. In the set interval, the first argument is your callback function. I'm going to call a method set color. And we are just passing set color corresponding to which div? App div. If you remember the add and display, I'm going to create another function that is constant bg color equal to, that takes one argument, that is anything you can choose, section, and you are going to write a code over there. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to call this method like this: change color. I'm going to pass bg color as an argument and pass 3000 as an argument, as an interval. Guys, before I'm going to write the code for bg color, I'm just writing this. I'm just calling this change color method so that you are able to understand what I'm doing. I'm just calling a change color method, passing this bg color as an argument. So it means this bg color is a callback function. 3 seconds, it goes to this change color. In the set interval, I'm just calling set color. It means whatever this method we are calling again and again, every 3 seconds. This interval contains 3 seconds. In this, we need to generate some, like if you remember, guys, one day we just talk about generating of random number, random color. So I'm just going to do that using backtracking. We know that RGB dollar in the curly braces mat dot random. Wait, I'm not able to write mat dot random into, I just given a random because we need to generate a random number, either what we call it like between 0 to 255. So I'm just taking 128 or something like that. Just once again dollar, just copying the same things. Whatever the value it generate, it's multiplied by 128 and plus 1. At the last, we just put semicolon. Your color is generated. Now we know that how to put style. Section dot style dot why the background color is not coming? Manually, I just write background color equal to whatever the color we have created. Now, check the output. Guys, have a look. Every 3 seconds, color is changing. Guys, can you please reply me? Okay. Now, guys, any doubt in this particular code corresponding to change color? This is red, green, blue. That red, green, blue, like RGB is a predefined method that takes 3 arguments corresponding to red, green, and blue. So I just take random number so that different colors will generate, and we just setting a color over there. If you look at in BG color, we just passing a section over there. The section is app div. Okay, guys. Now, wait. I just need to check. I think I can't remember that whether your challenge is based on that or. Wait. Your callback part is finished. Okay, your challenge is basically based on this promise. I can't. Okay. Now, guys, what I'm just going to give you near about half an hour time. You just take this, try to understand also. I'm just going to share the code also. You just practice first this fallback. Okay, guys. Now I just need to cover one more part, that is promise. Half of the content I have already covered. In the second half, we don't have any session. I'm just going to give you the challenges in second half. Okay, take your 10 minutes break, practice 20 minutes. And 11:30, I'm just going to continue the session. Start the recording. That's why I just that's why I just put the cursor over there and my hand is over there and just stop the screen sharing also. This is your this. Now. Guys, what I said, I just need to repeat once again if anybody wants to watch. I said take an example of your daily life. Like if you score good marks, you will get this. Otherwise, your pocket money is going to be detected over there. That is a one example. It's like if you just score good marks, good result. Your father always says you will get this. Otherwise, you will get this. So in JavaScript, promise is exactly the same. But remember one thing here. The discussion is all about some future event, not the present. The future event, what would be eventually done and based on a certain outcome of the event, guys. What we can say, the promise definition says, when the action happens, I shall either make success call or failure call. There are the two calls, success or failure call, any of the call, guys. So it takes about some action that will happen in future. Any of the action that will happen in future. This execution is also asynchronous, guys, in nature. Now, if you look at on the left hand side, guys, this is asynchronous, this is synchronous and this is asynchronous. They just talked about what is over there. If you look at this, get articles and other work. If get articles is not completed, this next other work can't be performed. It is pending. When only get articles is completed, then only it moves a cursor to this. Asynchronous. Parallelly, both of the work is going on. Get article and other work, guys. Both of the work is doing parallelly. It means when we are just talk about promise of doing something, what we needs to do, there are the two terms that we are going to use. For success, we are going to use then. For error, we are going to use catch. Corresponding to every task, either it success or either it fails. As they just talk about, a promise is an asynchronous action that may complete at some point and produce a value. Promise in JavaScript is an object. Remember, in JavaScript, promise is an object. Now, come to the next part. Guys, have a look. This is basically a promise executor. State is pending, result is undefined. There are the two parts, either resolve value or reject error. If status is fulfilled, then it gives you the result as a value. If status is rejected, then it gives you the error message. Creating promise. When it is created, promise object takes executor function as a parameter for its constructor. The executor function takes, guys, two parameters. Remember, the executor function takes two parameters over there, which are callback popularly named as resolve. Another is reject. One is going to be resolve, like it's for success part, and another is reject. So remember, resolve is representing the successful fulfillment of your promise. The reject is for rejection over there. Now let's take example. In this, when we just talk about a promise, you are fetching data from some of the server in a background by setting a certain time of interval. If your data is fetched successfully in a background, then you just need to show that data, otherwise it gives you the error message. This type of functionality we are able to achieve with the help of promise. Till right now, whatever we did in callback, that have only one part, that is success only. If you want your application might result two things, either one is on success, another is on fail. So in that case, we need to use a concept of promise over there. Now let's take an example, one more example in case of, let's take an example, you are a singer, guys. Your fans just asking for like a song day and night, but after a while, your songs is like, it might be whatever the songs you sang, it's success or it fail. So the result is once again depends on future, guys. This basically in a real life also. A promise is special JavaScript object. Remember, that links the producing code and consuming code. There are the two things. One is producing code, another is consuming code together. Whenever we need to work with promise, so remember that thing, the promise takes two arguments. One is resolver, or we can say resolve, another is reject. If the job is finished successfully, will result value. Have a look here. Resolve and reject. If the job is finished successfully, will result value. If there is an error occurred, error is the error object. So it gives you the error message, guys. Remember one thing, this resolve and reject are two callback, guys, provided by JavaScript itself. Whatever the function that you are going to pass to promise executor, whenever a new promise is created, the executor runs automatically. Guys, have you understood what is the purpose of promise? It's depend on, there are the two situations you can talk about like this. Okay. Now come to the slide. Okay. Promise helps to asynchronous process external interaction. Guys, remember one thing, whenever you just go for promise, we need to add one API, that is Axioms helps to make API calls and return process. We need to run one API. With the help of that, we are able to get the result corresponding to return result corresponding to promise. Axiom is an open source library, that's basically, that allows us to make HTTP requests, guys. It provides different methods, get and post, and successful call basically returns the promise data, and failed call returns promise with error. So whenever you need to work with promise part, guys, remember, you need to add this script into your code. Guys, remember, we need to add one code into our HTML script. That is Axiom script, the script part, and a script. Now, get currency rate. Guys, have a just please read the problem statement. Okay, what it says, Rate API is a free service for current and historical foreign exchange rate built on top of data published by European Central Bank. Using promise, fetch the currency rate and display the same. It means if you are able to fetch the currency rate, then you just display that, otherwise it gives you the error message over there. Okay, now I'm just going to show you first of all very basic demo, if I just talk about resolve and reject part. For that, I'm just guys, VS screen is visible to all. Okay. This is your like, I'm just going to create one script, just show you the basic concept. Then after that, I'm just going to come to that particular code. In the script part only, I'm just either you just define in the script, anything you can just choose, or define separate script file as you want. Script source, script.js. I'm just going to create one script.js file, script.js. Now, here. First of all, what I'm just going to do in the index page, just define one div or either a para tag, anything you can just choose. Just give it a one name. Okay. Now come to your script. I'm just going to write one function over there with the name display. And it takes one argument as a data. Now, dot get by ID demo dot inner HTML equal to whatever the data guys you just going to pass at the time of calling the method. What I did till I have declared a one function display, passing some data over there. Document.get element by ID. We are just fetching a demo, the paragraph. We are just changing our data over there. Till right now, I'm not like defining or calling something, like nothing I have done till promise. Now, I'm just going to write one promise. As according to slide, promise is an object. In JavaScript, a promise is an object. Now, what we need to do, please guys, now focus. First, we need to create an object of promise. If you remember, it takes two arguments. Guys, that is function. One is any values you just pass. Resolve my reject. Now I'm just going to write a code over there. In a promise, I'm passing a function that takes two arguments. One is for resolve, another is for reject, guys. We need to create an object. So I'm just writing let promise. This is basically a class. Remember, guys, just like your date. So what I'm just doing, let, I'm just declaring one variable x equal to 0. I'm just putting some condition over there. If the value of x is 0, then call the function my resolve and just put some message over there. That is, I'm just putting a message as success. Else my reject, and just give the message as error. Now, this is the end of this particular object creation. On your object, whatever the object you have created, promise dot, then we are just going to call function. We are passing a value over there, and in this particular card, we are going to call this method beta display, and we just pass the value over there, whatever the value we just pass. This is the one part. Put your semicolon over there. Okay, now the next function. Your error, and we are once again calling this method as display, and its error message over there. Putting a semicolon this at the last, this, and we are just putting 2 arguments. Guys, have a look. I think in a line number 1, 2, you don't have any problem. In a line number 5, I'm creating an object of promise. That's basically takes upon one function and as a 2 argument. The function with 2 arguments I have given over there. If you look at, so this my resolve and my reject can be anything. Okay. Now what I'm doing, I'm just declaring one variable x equal to 0. If x is equal to 0, it gives the value as success. Otherwise, it gives as error. Guys, remember one thing. This is my resolve because I have passed here as a my resolve, my reject as a my reject over there. Now we are doing a promise. This object dot then we are just passing function value display value. It means it just display from here like success. If they get success, then fine. If otherwise, it just give you the error message, that is error. If you try to run this particular code. Wait a minute, what happens? Why? Script spelling, 1 minute beta. Yeah, you are correct. Spelling mistake is over there. It's not refresh. Wait, beta, I'm also not able to screen is wait. For you, screen was not visible. That is fine. I'm just going to share the screen also. Wait, but I'm not getting any output first of all. So I need to check what I have what mistake I have done. Wait. Script.js. That is totally fine when we just move it. Okay, it might be there is a case script runs first and it just okay, what I just do, I just put control X from here and just write a script after this paragraph. Then the problem is going to be resolved. Guys, have a look. Now I think you all are able to see the screen. Okay, now guys, remember one thing. When I just put, I'm just cut this script from here to here. I'm not getting any output. Why? Can anyone tell me what is the reason why I'm not getting any output? because this is also plays an important role. Guys, I'm asking from you something. Why I'm not getting any output? Guys, remember one thing, if I just put the script in a head part, your script runs first. This demo ID, this paragraph with demo ID, it will not find. It's not find this ID. So that's why whenever you are writing, you need to take care. Either put your script, this is basically a good approach also. Just close before, just put your script file before closing your body. If you just save here, you just get the success. What happens when you just call this script.js? It goes over there. It execution starts from here, promise. Promise on then function value, just call display value, display function. It just set the value over there, but that depends on this particular value. If the value of x is not 0, then it gives you error. Otherwise, it gives you success. Guys, can you please tell me?
Ma'am, can you explain line number 13 and 14 again?
Yeah, beta, this is your promise object. We are saying, as I already told you, with the promise, there are the two keywords. One is then, another is catch. I have not used catch here right now. I'm just using then. They are the two things, two arguments that we need to pass in promise. One is for resolve, another is for reject. So this is the function. We are just passing one value over there. So this value, we are just passing to display value. If you see, I'm just closing this. This is your first argument. Have a look. I've just passed comma over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Anonymous function without any name. Now, if you just come to this, we are just passing reject here, display error. So when you just define this, it just call over there. Check whether the value of x is 0. If it is 0, it just give this success value to this value and call the display method. When it call the display method, so your success value goes over there. And on document.getElement by ID demo paragraph is appended by your success. If you just change, I'm just going to write x equal to 1. Now you will get error. Have a look. In the next demo, I'm just going to show you both the then and catch. If you remember, I just talk about there are the two keywords, then and catch, corresponding to resolve and reject. So this is basically a very basic demo that I have just showed you for like promise part. Now I'm just going to show you another demo that is currency. Wait. Why it's selecting sometimes like now it's selecting currency demo. In this particular demo, the same thing, I'm just going to create one HTML page. Index.html and one file for script. So I have created both of the things, script.js. Go to your index page. Just write HTML5. Define the script. script.js. Okay, now in this particular part, what I'm going to do, I'm just writing a one div, guys. Div, just define the ID of your div, just like I'm just taking it as once again a app. Okay, guys, if you remember, I already told you one package I need to define, one JavaScript for running this particular code. So I'm just copying that script file. Control C. Script source. Axiom.min.js. What is the purpose of this JS file? If you would like to load a data from external server, guys, remember this thing. Then we need to use this API call. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to retrieve a data from some online server. For that, I'm just going to use this. Okay, go to your script file now. Document dot, first the same thing, get element by ID. It is a heart of the application, like every time you need to write document dot get element by ID or name or tag, it's depend on you. Constant div app. Now, we would like to change the content. App div app dot inner HTML equal to h1 currency exchange rate. I'm just giving a one message over there. Just your heading is going to be closed over there like this, as we did in what we call it BG color. Now, Axios making that request to fetch currency rates, guys. I'm just going to fetch currency rates. For that, what I'm just writing one object or a variable, you can say promise, and we are just passing, we are just going to call one method axios. In that, we are just going our path. Guys, wait, first of all, I'm just checking which path is like server is working fine. I'm just going to that https:// it's basically like API dot just wait a minute. I'm just going to write online currency rates API. I'm just going to search like this, online currency rates API. I think this is going to be work. Guys, have a look. I have just searched from my internet, exchange rate API dot io. I'm just copy from here. It works fine. Otherwise, I just check what currency like I have just used earlier also. I'm just passing one link over there. Just go to online and just check API name, exchange currency rate API. This can be anything. It's just a one object, one variable I have declared. Now, we are going to execute the promise. If you are able to fetch a data from this server, so then you need to display the data, otherwise you'd give error message. Guys, are you getting my point? What I'm saying? I'm saying if you are able to fetch a data from this website, from this API, then display the data, otherwise error message. So now we are going to call, we are executing promise. Promise dot first, then it takes response, because we are going to take a response. We need to fetch the data, guys. What we are doing, whatever the response it has, on JavaScript, we have two predefined objects available, request and response, guys. So we are able to use those objects. Response dot data. We are fetching a data. Now we are going to store into one variable response data. Now we would like to, what we have written in the div tag, just currency exchange rate. Now we would like to this response data to the div tag. So we would like to append the div tag. So how we are able to append the div tag? That is div app dot inner HTML. Once again, a arithmetic assignment operator, plus equal to. Whenever you would like to append, then you need to use this base currency, this, and you just need to put, where's my, yeah, dollar response data. I think double E is over there. Okay, now if you look at, I'm just using this. So what I need to use, backtracking symbol, I'm just going to use, guys. Have a look. Or if you want to put the data in some, like it's quite small, if you are not able to see it, so you just put H3 tag, something like base currency, and this response data is going to be closed over there. And after that, we just need to put the semicolon. Now, after this, what we want the guys data in the form of key value pair. This particular country and its currency. Guys, if you remember, yesterday we talked about how to create key value pair. So, which method we have used over there? Can you please tell me? You already have used in your code in validating part. Guys, I'm saying how to, if you have a certain data, let's take an example, yesterday you fill some data in the form and you just fetch a data in the form of key value pair from that particular form. Which method you have used over there? Yeah, good, Ashwara. Object dot entries. I'm just going to use that here. Guys, have a look. I want the data in key value pair, so I'm just creating an ordered list. Object dot. I'm going to use entries. Response data dot. I'm just fetching a rates from there, first of all. Now I want data one by one. Currency rate dot for each. We just pass a rate. We're putting a for each loop. Wait, I'm just going to start when curly braces over there. Here, what I have taken, div diff app dot inner HTML. Once again, a concatenation plus equal to backtracking. We need to use li and dollar response data dot base is the value over there. Like key is the rate, the value is the base. Dollar the first index value I'm just fetching. Wait. We are just going to close this and your li is going to be closed here. We just close the backtracking, put the semicolon over there, and at the last we are just going to write div app dot. Guys, I think some of the like curly braces or something I just missed. Wait, I just checked that. Plus equal to your backtracking symbol and just closing a unordered tag. Wait. Now, from this per line number 5, I'm fetching a data from the server. Now we are going to write a promise. Then the response, anything you can just choose over there. We are just passing a response data and just store it into response data variable. Now we need to update the DOM, your document object model, with the fetch rate. So what I'm doing, I'm just writing base currency dollar response data, guys, over there. Now I want a data in the form of list, unordered list. So what I'm doing, I'm just appending it with UL. I want key value pair, so object dot entries, just converting there is a rates value that contains key value pair. So I'm just putting into currency rates dot, we are just putting a loop. Any object, you just take it in the inner HTML, li response dot data dot base is the key over there. We are just passing just patching a first and a 0 over there. And we are just closing this and this. Guys, wait a minute. There is some error over there. Once again, if I just look it. Because your dollar line Wait, I'm just putting it over there. Okay, one curly braces is missing. That's why it's like giving error. Your LI is going to close. Now, first of all, have a look. Then once again, I'm just right now, I have not written any error path. Guys, I'm not getting any output. Okay, so now let's have a look and just write the error part also first. How you are able to write the error part? Wait. Guys, have a look. I'm just getting currency exchange rate. I'm not getting any data. It means we are not able to fetch the data from that API. I just check. Here I have done this then part, the success part. Now I would like to write fail part. So what I can do, I just need to write dot catch any object for error, or you just pass error also. And this is your function that contains the, what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to write div app dot inner HTML plus equal to err dot message, whatever the message you got. This, if you want to close this also. Guys, remember one thing, if you just put semicolon here, then you need to once again write promise dot catch. I have not terminated this. It means it is in corresponding to promise dot catch. Guys, just see what it says. Network error. If I have used this APIs, it says me network error. So I'm not able to fetch the data. So what I can do, I just give me a second. It's like if it is not working. Okay, wait. I have used another API also. I need to check. In JS only, I think in this. Huh. This API is going to be work fine. API exchange rate dot host latest. Guys, I'm just have a look what I'm doing. This exchange rate API.io server is not working fine. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to change this. Oh, I'm just going to run it over here also. Guys, have a look. I need to check why it's giving object over there. In base currency. Wait. Just see keys and values. This is your base euro part. This is your rate and this is your country corresponding to your euro conversion to different countries. If you search on this, guys, have a look. 1 euro is equivalent to INR 88.47. Now, due to that, we need to check whether which I'm just going to like run this also. Guys, have a look. api.exchangerate.host/latest. It contains the data in JSON format, key value pair. Earlier, my API is not working fine. That's why this particular data is not coming. We just got error message, that is network call. Okay, here I missed why I'm just getting object dot. I need to write base here. If I just write base, wait, go to your code. Just base currency is euro. Guys, now have you understood? One is then is for success, and catch is for error. Any line, if you are not able to understood, you just tell me. This is the server from where we are accessing our data.
And the promise part.
Promise part, okay.
Promise then.
What promise contain? Your promise contain the complete data, whatever they have fetched. Okay. The promise has two things. If they are able to fetch a data, then display the data, otherwise gives the error message. Then is for success, guys. Promise dot then. We just putting one argument over there in then. We just passing a response. In the curly braces, we are just getting a response dot data. Whatever the data response has data, we are just fetching a data from this response and store it in a variable response data. Now I would like to display the data in the form of key value pair. So first of all, I'm just displaying a base currency. So this server location contains euro conversion into different countries. So I'm just getting a base from there. Div.app, I'm just creating an unordered list. I want the data in the form of key value pair. So what I'm just doing, response data dot rates. So we are just fetching all the rates from there. So how I just know about that? What are the, like, guys, if you just look at and just check. Have a look. Base. Okay. That's why I have used base over there. Now, we are just getting a rate sol. Object dot entries. Key value pair is goes into currency rate. Now I would like to display the data. So for displaying a data, I am just putting a for each loop. Any variable you just pick here. Div.inner HTML, I'm just creating a list. Once again, I'm printing a base data. Here I'm printing a one index data and zero index data. Your one index contain your rate, zero index contain once again in which country. We are closing li. This is going to close and we are closing a divul. Guys, remember one thing, don't put semicolon in line number 17. If you put, then you need to write once again promise.catch. Now I need to write a error message also dot catch. Any object you can pick. Div app.inner HTML plus equal to error dot message. We are just putting a error message over there. Guys, point is clear. Can you please tell me? This is a part that we need to do in promise. Now, okay. come to the slides once again. Guys, slides are visible to you. Now there is a one question for you. Quick check. Asynchronous is made in the blow code. We are just making asynchronous request to fetch data of user. What would be the state of promise, guys, here? It is completed. It is pending what? If you see, we just fetch the data and store it in variable P. We have not, okay. Guys, whenever you just fetch a data corresponding to promise, first we need to, yeah, Pranali, it's pending. We need to consume, guys. First we need to consume, then only after consumption, then we are able to check whether it is in success or fail state. So right now, when we just talk about the state is pending here, because we have not consumed. If we have consumed, then state can be changed. Just read the statement at the below. Okay, guys, now moving for next. Your promise can be any of the three states: pending, fulfilled, or rejected. Pending, neither fulfilled nor rejected. This is the state when the promise is waiting for the action. If you look at your code, guys, if we just talk about line number this, line number 5, your promise is in pending state, is waiting for the action. Fulfilled. In this state, it indicates action was performed successfully. Cause the resolve back, callback to be called. The next is rejected. In this state, it indicates action failed. Causes reject. Callback to be called. It just talk about in this particular part, action failed. So remember, the promise has three states. One is pending, fulfilled, or rejected. Pending, it's not consumed. You can say in the waiting for the action. Fulfilled, action was performed. And call the resolve method. Rejected, action failed. And reject, callback to be called. The next, using promise, then and catch. A promise is returned object to which you attach callback. Guys, if you see, I have attached callback. One is then, another is catch. And this is the body part I have already given over there. Instead of passing callback into a function, process can be resolved or rejected. Resolve handler registered with then method are called only when the action is successful. To get the result of promise, we can use it then method. To explicitly handle rejection, we need to use a method dot catch, guys. When the promise is rejected, what is the reason for rejection? To get the message, we need to use a method catch. If you see, I have already shown you one network error. I'm not able to retrieve a data from there. And it can be chaining. If just like if If this is success, then do this, then do this. It can be chaining. So we are able to handle multiple requests also, guys. Have a look in this. Promise pending, fulfill, dot then. Asynchronous action, then return once again one pending object, promise object pending. Then once again you are calling then and catch. So it can be like when whatever you are getting, so it's in a form of promise, then you are able to call once again then. Guys, can you please look at this diagram and understand what I'm saying? It might be whatever the output you are getting in first then. So again, you need to perform certain action. So again, if you would like to perform certain action, then you will be in once again pending promise. And again, you need to call once again a then. Guys, any doubt? Okay. Now, handling multiple request scenario 1. Make request 1, receive response 1. Make request 2, receive response 2. Make request 3, receive response 3. If you look at it, is a chaining process. If you are requesting 1, you receive 1. If you are requesting 2, then you receive 2. So let's take an example. If you are requesting multiple resources, guys, in that case, we require a multiple then. In callback is like one function is calling another function. Guys, remember yesterday I told you impedance part. Impedance challenge in evening. I just call map. After that, I call filter. Then once again, I'm just calling map, then filter. So it's the chaining of callback methods. One function is containing another function, if you remember. There also we are handling a multiple request. Now, guys, the same board example I'm just going to take here. We are fetching a data. Have a look. First of all, I'm just explaining a left hand side. We are fetching a data http://localhost 300 boards. We are just going to get a response task data.board response. We are just whatever the response we get, just hold it into a task data.board. We are getting a data of list, hold it into task data.list. Data of card, hold it into task data.card. Comments, holding data into task data.comment. Then after that, we are just calling one method board render transform task data. And we just putting a 0 index. If it is error, then just give console.error, console.error, console.error. corresponding to every fetch data. This, we are just writing one error message here. Have a look. We are just closing this here, and this is the error corresponding to that. This fetch data is closing, first fetch data is closing here. This is the error corresponding to this fetch data. This is the error corresponding to this. And the last error is corresponding to this fetch data. This is a basically technique by using callback. If you are going to use this thing with the help of promise, if you look at the code, there is a big difference. Make API call. We are just accessing this. Then response.data hold into task data.board. Return make API call list. If you are able to read a data of board, then go to read a data of list. Then if reading from list is completed, then read a data of card. Just have a look. Then again and again we are just putting. If card data is completed, then read a data of comment. Your response.data hold it into comment. Display the data. One another method we are calling board rendered transform task data 0. And at the last, we are just displaying the error message catch err console.log error. This thing yesterday, if you remember, on one of the script, we called board rendered transform, one method. Evening, I just showed you one demo in which your data is displaying into certain part. So what promise is doing, if you are able to read a board data, then only go for list. If list is this, then only go for card. If card, then go for comment. What difference are you notifying here, guys, in comparison to callback? If you look at your callback, corresponding to every function, we have different error. But if you look at here, corresponding to all the success, we are just giving one error message. If you look at the code, or we can say that promise is an alternative to callback, guys. Your callback cost, like we can say like that, if you are using a callback, your code is when it's nested, it's quite complex. Every callback, we know that takes an argument that is a result of previous callback, also known as pyramid of doom, since the code structure looks like a pyramid and making it difficult to read, to maintain, guys. Why we should choose promise over callback? Your code is not complicated at all. The readability is quite better, and you are handling an error in much better if you are using promise. I just show you the demo, not right now. After you're like, guys, remember one thing, today we have quiz. I just forget to inform you in the morning. The today's corresponding to today's session. One quiz is pending. I have already posted in a link. It might be tomorrow or day after tomorrow. It will going to be planned. Why we should choose promise? I have already talked about this. I have already talked about this part also. Now, talking about the next scenario. Making a set of requests, it means you are making a multiple requests at a time, guys. If you look at the previous code, wait, here what I'm doing, making API call, making API call, making API call. Let's take an example. You are making your API call at the starting. What I'm saying, if you are making your API call, have a look, guys. Just what you need to do, this make API call, remember one thing, this is a user defined function. Have a look here. Constant make API call. Having one argument of URL, return assume whatever the URL you are passing. It means it just fetch the data. We are just making multiple requests, guys. So what we are doing, we are just creating an array, empty array of promises. Push the data over there, board promise, push, list, card, and comment. Then we need to use promise.all. We are using promise.all function. So promise.all function is useful while working with collection of promises running at the same time. If you look at these, all are running at the same time because we are passing promise.all promises. They all going to be run at the same time. Then we need to use then responsive, any object you can take. Let task board component, board, list, card, and comment. Wait a minute. We have just declared one object aggregated result. This object responses dot map. We are passing a response object. In the map, just taking two objects. One is response, another is as index. Anything you can pass here. We are just aggregated result task board component index. This component of index. Now we are just checking a response dot data length. Whatever the response you have, that data length we are just till what position. At the last, we are returning the aggregate result. Whatever the result is come, we are just returning that. This then part is going to be closed. Then after that, we are going to write dot catch error, console.log error. If is there any error, you just display that particular error over there. Whatever the data length of response or data dot length, we are just putting into this aggregate result. It means we are just checking a length of a board file, length of a list file, length of a card file, length of a comment. Guys, this point is clear. We are just making multiple requests at the same time by writing like this. Now we are pushing all the requests into one object, that is promises. So promise.all. We are calling this method while working with collection of promises. We are working with collection of promises here. The task board components, we have just taking object board, list, card, and component we are passing. This is your empty object. In this empty object, we are just putting a length. If I just pass initially, this just take an index number as 0. The board comes, we are just giving a length. The list comes, then we are just displaying the length over there. if you look at, guys, have a look, just read what I just told you about promise. Promise.all function is useful while working with collection of promises. Return a promise that waits for all the purposes. To resolve. Resolve to an array of values that these promises produce. If any of the promise is rejected, the result of promise dot itself is rejected. If, let's take an example, if you are not able to load a list file, then the complete promise is rejected if any of the condition fails. Now I just need to show you one demo, but right now I'm not going to show you because I'm not able to, like, in this I just recently changed the laptop, so I'm not able to install node in this particular laptop, guys. So after a lunch break, I just connect to the one of the IT person. I don't have any right. So I just need to show you one demo. So I just show you later on. This total board created, total list created, total card created, and total comments created. I just need to show you that part. Now, guys, where are asynchronous operations required? Can you just give me some examples? Guys, I'm audible. I'm saying, where are asynchronous operation required? News websites, okay. Take your own examples also, not the morning one only. Guys, if you remember, whenever you made any payment over any of the online shopping sites, there is also a asynchronous. There is also a promise concept over there. If your payment is success, then only your order is going to be placed. Otherwise, it gives you the fail message. It is a promise kind of thing or not? Same manner, if asynchronous, if we just talk about, if you download anything into your machine, the download is runs in a background and you are able to do your another task. CPU bound operations, downloading data from the file, input output bound operations. They all are basically the operations where you are able to see asynchronous operations that we required. Now the important point for asynchronous part, the complete summary, we have talked about two things. One is a callback, another is promise. What is the meaning of callback? And any function that we just pass as a parameter, it is known as callback. Okay. Now, when we talk about promise, promise is an object that takes two arguments. One is a resolve, another is reject. If resolve is success, then it gives you the value. If there is an error, it means it is rejected and it gives you the error message. It might be there is a chaining. If you need to access any external server, then you need to use Axions over there. And there is a chaining also for promise. If you are going to use any operation with chaining with promise, is quite easy in comparison to callback. Now, guys, you just take your lunch break. And at sharp, guys, one more thing. Please start your quiz at 1:45 sharp today. Because at I'm not going to wait more. Today, I'm just going to connect you at 2:15 and give you this the particular demo at 2:15. Okay, 15 minutes at 2:30, we are just going to release your challenge so that you have near about 3.5 hour time or 3 hour time with you to complete those two challenges. And meanwhile, me and Johnson is also going to connect after post lunch. Me and Johnson take your that some of the candidate having a problem in yesterday one validate session, validate demo challenge. Now, guys, anything from my side? Now, guys, if you look at move forward. Okay, Deepak, I just show the command. Who asked me 34-bit or 64-bit? Beta, it's depend on your machine. It is 34-bit, then you need to install 34-bit. If your machine is 64-bit, then you need to show 64-bit. Wait, I just going to tell the commands once again. Deepak wants me. Where is that? Here is it. Guys, for running this particular, the third demo in which we are going to perform chaining, so we need to read a data from different files. So what we need to do, we need to run our JSON file over JSON server. This is my requirement. So for running the file over JSON server, first we need to install the JSON server. But for installing a JSON server, we need Node package manager into our machine. For Node package manager, first we need to install Node. I have already shared the link. Download it. Just next, you are able to install. Then go to the command prompt. Check node -- version. Now you are able to check whether the node is installed into your machine or not. If I'm saying go to the command prompt, you need to open the CMD prompt, guys, Windows CMD prompt. After that, go to Visual Studio terminal. Ya to control backtrack or either just terminal from here. Just run this command, npm install JSON server. This basically installs your JSON server, guys. After installing JSON server, what we want in this particular demo, we are going to use, guys, one file db.json. We just running db.json file over the JSON server. Deepak, point is clear? Okay. Now come to the next. What I'm saying, this is your input file. I think I don't need to explain it once again. Broad, list, card, and comments. These three data contains input.json file. Ajay, what is the error? It's just showing you the like admin rights or something like that.
No, npm term npm is not recognized as name of cmd-let function script file.
Can you just write npm into your Visual Studio?
npm
Only npm, node package manager. Don't give, are you giving double quotes also?
no. Same error. Same error.
So wait for a while. If it
Okay.
when I just going to run, I just check what is the issue over there. That can resolve. That is not a problem. We just check it. What is the error? So, guys, this is your input file. If you look at the once again the same expected output. So we don't have members now, so don't worry for that. Yesterday also I talked about that. We don't have member in your input file. Now, this is your transformer.js file. What they just filter a data according to expected output.js. Now come to your script.js file, guys. I'm just going to call multiple calls here. Now what we are doing to take, if you remember yesterday we have talked about asynchronous part. We are just going to create our own function, that is fetch data, in which we are passing a URL, success and failure, the three arguments we are passing. We are creating an object of XML HTTP request, open the request, get URL. By default it is asynchronous. If you remember, by default asynchronous, we are sending a data. Now after this we need to check the ready state. XSR dot on ready state change. If the ready state is 4 and status is success, we are going to call one callback method, guys. And that callback method is success. If you remember JSON.parson, or you just write stringify also. That depends on you. So your data is available, like in this, we are just fetching a response from this, just passing a response over there. This is a true part, like if it is success. If it is fail, we are displaying a error message corresponding to fail part. Now, if you look at, we have created one method that is fetch data. With the help of that, we are fetching our data. When you just run the JSON server with db.json file that contains one more thing, I just need to write your, like, guys, if you look at, whenever you just running any code over live server, in the address bar you have seen one port number 5500. Have you checked? In a same manner, your JSON server is run on a port number 3000, guys. Now, your fetch data method, we are calling a fetch data method. We are passing http://localhost:3000 boards. Beta, when we just run the JSON server by writing this command, once again, I'm just going to write a command. This line number 24, guys. So your db.json file is available over there. So we are just going to fetch a data from there. If you check your file, what is the name they have written over there? Have a look, guys. Board ID is 110 and board title. Corresponding to list. I'm just giving you the name. Wait, come little bit down. Corresponding to card, it's cards. We are just fetching, like, that's why we have written board here. In fetch data, we have passed 3 arguments, if you remember. One is the URL, the second is success, and other is fail. Fetch data. This is a case in which we are just working with callback, guys. If you remember, I have showed you in the slide. At the last, we need to write certain, what we call it, error messages corresponding to every fetch. And this is a response. Task data.board. We are just holding a response over there. Now, next, once again, we are going to call fetch data method. We are just getting a list, response object, task data.list. We are just getting a response. Whatever the response we have, we are just storing over there. We are just fetching a data of card, storing a response into task data.card, fetching a data corresponding to comment, and we are calling board rendered method, and this board render method called transform method, and we are passing the task data here. Of 0th index, guys, only. The first index data we are just talking about here. Now, corresponding to every fetch, this is basically your success part. We are just giving the how many fetch operation we have. One is board, list, card, and comment. So total we have 4 error. The one is corresponding to comment, card, and this is corresponding to your list, and this is corresponding to your board. In between, we are just returning how I also, if you are able to retrieve just the list till list data. Now, one more thing, guys, have a look. We have declared one JavaScript object in which we are just putting board, list, and card data response. We are holding a response here in this task data. We have written yesterday whatever you did in impedance, the same code we just need to, like, that is already written. Here we need to write a code in script. First, we have created a fetch method in which we are passing URL, the success part and a failure part. If the ready state is 4 and success is 200, we just calling a success and we are calling a failure. On failure, what we need to do? We just calling these fetch methods, and it is a chaining. If you look at, this is the URL, this is a second argument, and once again we are just doing a chaining. That's why if you look at corresponding to error, we just put a comma and we just define the errors over there. This is the chaining of your callback methods. Now, Ajay, I'm just a bit of going to be for running. Guys, first of all, tell me any doubt. I have already explained this thing in the slide also. Yes, semicolon and like comma, you need to remember that when you just write the code, that you need to take care at that time. Okay, I'm just going to stop my machine. Ajay, I'm just making you as a co-host so that we just check what is the issue into your machine also. And you just give me the permission, control, so that I'm able to do. You just share your screen. On the command prompt, node version is coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Just open the command prompt. Guys, have a look. Okay, node is coming over there. Do one thing now. Here only we just write npm. Press enter. No, it's like now here only just write npm space install space json hyphen server. If it's taking here, then we just install json server from here.
Sure.
It's installed now.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, if your Visual Studio is not taking, the do one thing. Okay, Ajay, I just tell you what is the issue. After installing Node, have you restart your Visual Studio? No, no,
No.
no, no.
No, no.
So you just restart your Visual Studio. Then only we are able to run like. Guys, remember when you install Node now, please, if your Visual Studio is already open, so please restart it. Close once. I need to send these files to you, no? Then only we are able to run the code. Meanwhile, I'm just packaging a code so that I just send to your machine. You just restart, first of all.
Restarted, ma'am.
Restarted. Now open the terminal.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys, I'm not only telling to Ajay this thing. Just take it as a session. This is basically like. Guys,
Ma'am, but when we install here npm, then it will come under this package, no? Only, or for whole Visual Studio Code?
Whole.
Okay. But okay.
When you install Node now, the Node also comes over there. Ajay, I have shared a demo over Slack in Mentor's note only.
Yes, yes.
Download it, unzip, and just open in Visual Studio. Guys, remember, whenever you install Node, just restart your Visual Studio. Otherwise, just even then also you need to restart if you just install it from command prompt. Okay, now open the terminal. First of all, terminal. If you see run and terminal, yeah. Now you just write npm
And after that,
nahi,
npm
sorry, no. JSON server install na. Just write JSON hyphen server. JSON hyphen server hyphen w.
space or hyphen direct.
नहीं हाँ space, first of all give space beta. Hyphen w is just a like what we call it. If you just talk about in git na, hyphen u is the options in the tall part. Now just write db dot json. Press enter. The term JSON server is not recognizing name of the this once again it's not recognizing. Install JSON server here once again. Just write npm. Just write only npm and just enter. First of all, check whether the npm is recognized here. Now npm is recognized. Why it's not taking JSON server? Just install it once again here also. npm. Now check now your npm is coming. Earlier npm is also giving you error. Space. It's not taking globally. Otherwise JSON hyphen server.
Slash under.
No, JSON hyphen server. Yeah. It's just taking once again here. Like it's not recognizing, but we have installed it. Even then, why it's not recognizing?
You can either use -g.
No, some why I have not told you -g in Node now. When you just install this, so -g creates a problem. That's why I have not told you to install it globally. Now run the command, the same command, just with the up and down keys. Na, JSON server, like yeah, what's the like? JSON server is not recognizing the name of. Can you before J is there any space or something like or not?
Oh man.
Why?
There is no space.
Wait. Why it's not running?
Check spelling of the name.
That is fine. There is no issue in this. This is only the JSON server. Yeah, right now in my machine, this thing is not available because recently I just received a new laptop.
And the same error is coming in my system also.
Corresponding to what, Pita?
Exact this one error, JSON server command.
JSON is installed?
Yes, ma'am. Through this terminal only, I installed.
You installed. Do one thing, Ajay, just write in place of W, just write watch JSON hyphen server. Watch WATCH. Yeah. But why we are just JSON hyphen server is not running? because this is only the thing that this like something is. Ajay, do one thing, beta, whatever the error you are just getting, just put it on to like copy this error and just paste it on a Chrome and share that window also. Because the command either you just write -w or either you just write watch. There is no issues in that. Now open the first one part. What it says. Let's do R&D. The first one only. I'm getting a JSON server installed. It actively like this. JSON. Guys, have a look. They're just using JSON -server -p. -p means they are just putting a port number also. And they are not getting any like error ki this on this particular port only the application is running. We are not getting this type of error also. JSON.
I have also same error.
Wait, Peter, we need to check here. Why we are just come down. Ajay. No, wait.
And
Globally or not. Okay, it says nahi, the to wait, just go back, Ajay. Just write npx over there. We just need to extract npx node package extract. We need to write.
then install again JSON server.
Otherwise, we just install it globally, no? Once again. What? No. Wait. What you have done? Go back.
Could not install.
Go back. You made a mistake now. Go back to that particular part. Browser. Go back to browser first of all. Have a look what you need to write. You are doing something else. In your running the db.json file, you need to write npx. Have a look, guys. Now I just tell you, you just give me the control, Ajay, once. And just open any of the notepad. Guys, there are the two ways for installing JSON server. Either you just write npm. Ajay, I'm not able to write it. Beta.
Ma'am, you are not requesting to.
Wait. Okay, I just need to make a request now. Where is your that name? Actually. Or Ajay, you just write it. Just write npm. I'm not able to send you the request. What is the issue? Just write npm space install space JSON server. Don't give a. It's JSON. Guys, if you install locally, then to run your db.json file, you need to just write it down. npx JSON server. First of all, write this command. Come down. If you install globally, npm install -g, npm install -g. Somewhere globally now, when you install this, gives the error. That's why try to don't JSON server. then simply write JSON-server, remove npx from that. In place of watch, you just write w also. That also works fine. Either use watch. Guys, like Rohini worked now. Rohini, it's working fine for you also, not now, Ajay. Go to your terminal. Just minimize this. They just jotted down it. Have a look. Just copy these resources. Have a look. The post is here. Comment, profile. Now, these all are the resources. Just copy any of the resource and paste it into the Google Chrome. Or just click from here. Guys, have a look. The data. One by one, just click and just check. ID, title, they're just showing some comments over there. Now, Ajay, after this, run the HTML code. Why it's not running me like? We are not getting a data because like it does not contain the board part. Ajay, just go to the script.js of this particular file. Come down. Come down, come down. Now copy this http://localhost:3000 board. Copy this URL and just paste it into browser and check. Remove quotes, yeah. Okay, it's why it don't contain any data. We already run. Your db.json, if you just look at, contain one detail for board ID 110, board title this. Ajay, do one thing, beta. Otherwise, we just run. Comments is here. In place of board, but if you just write something else, na, so that your transform.js file creates a problem over there. If we use something other than this. But come down, Ajay, if you look at the bottom, it just says get board 4.4. Okay, for board, we are getting 404 error in the terminal. Have a look, 404. We are getting post, comment, profile. We are not fetching. What is the issue over there? Why? Like it's not fetching our data. Ajay, just check in your project explorer, db.json file, open that. In the node underscore module, not this one, beta. Node underscore module. There is one db.json file. Don't expand this. Don't expand this. At the bottom, yeah. Just click this. We just get this much of data, like from that particular file, but it does not contain why. Wait a minute. you know. Okay, it's not finding my file. Ajay, Ajay, beta, open in the terminal. Go to your JS, db.json file is available in JS folder. Na first of all, go to JS folder. Here you need to open the terminal. Either you just give the path js/db.json.
Where, ma'am?
Close this terminal. I just tell you what is the reason why we are not getting a what happens, guys. Our db.json file is available in JS folder. It don't read that particular file. It just create one empty file with the same name db.json and just put a data. Then this is a default data that is available in JSON server. The post, the comment. Have you closed?
Yes, ma'am.
Terminal? Now open the terminal once again.
Open.
Just press Control C whether the because if you are opening, now go write cd js, cd space js. Enter. Now run the same command npx1. Now press enter. Guys, have a look. Now the board, list, card, and comment has come. What happens earlier? Your db.json file is available in JS folder. If your file, remember one thing, if your file is not available, then what happens? JSON server just create the empty file with the same name. And there is a certain default data is available. They just put the default data over there. Now, Ajay, just open the file db.json JSON in node underscore module. Yeah. This is the previous one file. Okay. So that's why this file is created. Now, if you see, it will not create another file. It's just referring this db.json. Now, go to the browser and check. Have you get some output over there in place of blank page? The previous one, this. This to previous one, beta. You have
Wait,
already.
wait, I have
You
closed
just run
the
it.
slide.
No, it's not closed. Just run it once again, your HTML page. Guys, have a look. Earlier it was empty. db.json file is not loaded now. That's why it was empty. Now, guys, point is clear how to run it. Guys, can I get a check for the same from all? Any doubt? At least you should know the steps.
Ma'am, can you repeat once again?
What steps I need to repeat, beta?
That about that db.json from that.
Okay, you have already started the server, guys. Now what you needs to do, Ajay, come scroll down, beta. Scroll down, Ajay. Now, wait. Guys, are you able to see callback? My demo name is demo3 fetch tasks board data using callback. If you look at our db.json file is available in JS folder. That's why we did cd.js. Change directory to JS. In this JS, we just run the JSON server. npx locally JSON -server --watch db.json. Okay, guys. So if you look at in the resources also, it's just give a message loading db.json, done. The resources, board, list, card. Ajay, if you just copy any of the link and just paste it into the browser also, na, it just give you the data. Or yeah, you just click from here. Have a look, guys. Now, beta, point is clear. What we did?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ajay, you just stop sharing. Now each and everybody has idea about that, how to run it. Now the second part, if you remember now that I just showed you in the slide part corresponding to promise. I've already explained the code. I just share the, you know how to run it. I'm just going to share the code for the same, the script file. I just share with you guys. Okay, now I'm just going to, you just already stopped sharing. I'm just going to brief you the challenge, the next challenge that you all guys need to do. Then you just start working. Guys, are you able to see the PowerPoint presentation? Okay, thank you. What's going on? Now, guys, what you need to do, we need to develop promise-driven HTTP client. Using promise in JavaScript helps to develop asynchronous application. If you execute any asynchronous code, helps to reduce latency impact caused by delay in getting response. XML HTTP requests rely on event handlers, which are callbacks that call once response are received. This challenge require you to wrap promise around access star call and return the response. we need to wrap promise around the XSR call and return the response. Guys, ensure JSON server is installed for this. So already some of you have installed or some not. So you just install it. Now what you needs to do? Develop promise driven HTTP client that uses XML HTTP request object to make HTTP call and return promise to resolve or reject for the request made to provided URL. So whatever the URL they have provided, you need to create the promise. I just showed you with the help of callback. Now you need to create the promise. So just go to the boilerplate for this. I'm just going to show you what the code they have given to you and what you need to write over there. That's basically my repos, this, your challenge, your JavaScript part, promise driven HTTP client. Now guys, have a look. Definitely you need to fork and clone, and you need to provide the solution in script.js. Go back. If you look at in JS folder, this is the script.js file. Know what is in index.html? They're just loading a script.js. Guys, if you remember in the morning, I just showed you one demo in which I just took very basic part corresponding to what we call it promise. Do you remember that? Now what you need to do, you just need to use both of the things. It means you need to use promise also, and you need to use XHR also, XML HTTP request, both. And you need to develop one application for that. If you remember in this particular demo also, I have used just XHR, and we are just putting a promise and reject part. The you just define anything like that. you just read any data from somewhere. You just take any data, or just that you need to read it. Or either don't take it any data, you just display certain messages. For success, just display success. For failure, just display the failure. But it should be XHR request. It means, first of all, you need to create an object of the XHR. You need to open the request. Okay. You need to send the request. After that, you need to check whether the ready state is available or not, like 4 or not, status is success or not. If it is this, so then just call the method corresponding to success. Otherwise, call the method corresponding to fail. You just need to write this particular code over there in this particular demo. Guys, can I just get the response? The point is clear or not? We are not working with JSON in nothing. We don't need to work with that. Okay, now move to the next part. We have one more demo in this, or either I just open it from here only. Wait. It's just taking a time to fetch. Wait. Something went wrong. What is the issue? Guys, do one thing. You just start working on your challenges. Meanwhile, I just download and just give you the brief about the next challenge at 4 o'clock. Okay. I don't want like in downloading and just explaining this. You just start working with this challenge meanwhile. I'm sharing one more file corresponding to another demo that I have shared in the slide. Okay, I'm just sending that part also to you. Have a look at any point of time. If you are not able to understand, you just ping me. please first of all install node and that all part if you faced any problems, so that you are just able to ask me. Guys, I have shared the demo using promise. Siddesh, I'm sharing a link, beta. Guys, I have shared the first link that I have already given to you. Meanwhile, I'm just downloading and just tell you the next challenge at 4 o'clock. You just start working on that. First of all, just run this demo also, demo 4.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Varsha.
Ma'am, in this demo, how to remove that the 404 error is coming? Oh, in
You
the
are,
terminal.
you are getting phone note 404 for this.
Yes, for the board, get boards. Yes, ma'am, I usually run the HTML file. So it is not showing the data in the browser.
Which demo you are talking about, beta? I'm just making you co-host.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Now you just share your screen.
Ma'am, this one I tried, no? This demo 3 fetch task.
Okay, you just run the HTML page. Right click.
Data is not coming.
Data is not coming. It means, have you done all of the steps?
Yes, ma'am.
Go back.
This I did the command. Then it asks again for the JSON server. I already installed, but it asks again.
If
So
you
it
just press
asks,
this, come
yes,
down. Wait. What it says,
for these 3. Okay.
Wait. What it says, oops, db.json does not seems to be exit. What you made a mistake? Go above. Have you visit JS folder? Have you did cd.js? You missed. You have not changed your change directory.
Directory, ma'am. This one is a directory, no?
Beta, your db.json file is available in what folder?
Okay, which I installed before this. Yeah, that is in a different folder.
Just press Control C. Just press Control C. Just press Control C. Terminate job. You just write yes. We would like to terminate the job. Now you just write cd space JS, change directory, JS, enter. Now run the JSON server once again.
That above command, this one?
The same command. You just press your up and down keys, na? Only you are able to do it. Just press enter. Wait for a while. Now you get the data and just check your HTML browser. There is no need to run the file again. If you check your browser, refresh it just.
Yes. Okay. What we did here, cd.js.
what is the full form of?
Okay, folder we went. Okay. Change the directory. We change the directory.
We are just changing the directory now. The
Okay.
same mistake we did na. In our starting, our code, we just didn't get any code na, so we just checked.
Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Guys, I have shared one more demo, so can you please just visit that also? If you faced any doubt, anything, you just ask me.
Okay, ma'am.
Hi, it's small. Go back. Okay. Now, if you look at the code, find set attribute max today. So we just writing worded dot set attribute max, and we are just passing today over there. So we are just disabling like okay. When you choose a date, so we just need to give certain condition now. When birth date contains data, then only we are going to like that.
If a person enters today's date, then we have to disable past all dates before 15 years, after 15. So I think fetching all the year, month, and days, then we can apply some validation. Yes.
But when we just talk about like wait. Because when we just talk about like we require a date function over there simply. That's why that was not working over there. Like if we just passed. Current date, current one, current date, current year, new date. We are just next date should be whatever the today's date we are just putting. So why it's not like taking in your face?
Actually, I have not written any code for disable the date for 15 before 15 years.
First of all, what we needs to do when user entered the birth date now.
Hmm.
So first of all, we need to check age from today. Ajay,
Yes, ma'am.
first we need to check a like if user enters birth date. Oh, just open the readme.md. I just what it says. Just open the readme.md. Wait. Birth date for which age is less than 15 year. Ajay, beta, if we are saying ki, like we need to disable the birthday column, like for which age is less than 15 year. If user entered birth date, let's take an example, today is 2021.
Hmm.
If user entered 2020, in that case, it should be disabled. Or if you look at, we are saying from today, we are just a user just able to enter 15. Just calculate, it's like it's 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 11 and 10. Before 2019, all the dates should be disabled. Na? We need to like put like that. Ajay,
Yes, ma'am. Like
am I
that.
right?
Yes.
Haan, so go to your code. It means from today's date, like we just need to like default. If we just need to put one condition over there, na here.
Line number.
If condition at line number 17 after line number 179. If and whatever you are just taking from this new date dot get month get date. Wait, I just Prime Solution is an IT solution provider company which has earned its reputation in providing IT solutions to different businesses. Recently, they have approached to develop a one-stop solution web application. Through this application, the consumer can reach out to various different services. One of the key component of the app is to build a contact book for all the service provider. It means they would like to build one contact book corresponding to all the providers. The Prime Solution have approached Grifty Designer for good UI design for managing contact. The design is ready. Now it needs to be made functional. So already they have given you the design definitely. The development is carried out in a phase. The first two phases are complete, whereby the input are captured, validated and posted to the server. They already did this task. They have already validated. In the final phase of development, you as a front-end developer have to develop a solution to fetch and display the values posted for all the contexts. Guys, you just need to fetch and display the values posted for all the contexts. If you remember, now, what is a things that you need to do? The contact fetch should be displayed with minimal details. You don't need to display all the details. You need to display some minimal details. It means, let's take an example. When you load JSON file, when you load JSON file, it just fetch all the data. It might be, it contains multiple fields. So the minimum things, guys, by accessing an index number. The demo part 2. Guys, are you getting my point? The base currency demo, if you remember. In currency demo, the change is only that we just access the data from online server. Here we need to access the data from JSON file. I just share the demo 4 with you guys. The fourth one, the JSON file only. You need how to just access the JSON file and you need to just fetch a data from JSON file. Next, in alphabetical of the first name, your first name should be in alphabetical order. So now, whatever the data, the fetch, first, you need to sort the data. Now you need to find out how to sort the object, JavaScript object. Is there any predefined method is available? In tabular format, you need to display the data in tabular format, guys. It means you need to create one table. If you remember, I just created an unordered list, UL and LI. The same way you just create with a table. In the for each only. When a particular contact is selected, all its details should be displayed in the modular form, model form. It means if user click any of the contact detail, its further detail is going to be show. It means you need to perform one event handling also, guys. First task, what your first task? First, you need to read the JSON file. After reading the JSON file, you need to display all the details. If you click any contact detail, it just show the complete detail of the contact person, and that detail should be in model form. It means your event handling, your promise part, reading a JSON file, all the three tasks is going to be covered in this. Okay. This task is more easy. This is a like major challenge. Even then, this is easy. Guys, any doubt? Okay, guys. Now they are the some of the candidates who having a problem in validate form. So can you please I'm just stop sharing. You just one by one show me your code here only.